Alrighty, we are back. If I can remember how to navigate. Actually, am I in the right outfits? I was not. So, last time we had kind of a weird round because, well, we left off midway through the case, but at the end of an adventure. So it's going to be kind of wild to see where this winds up. Also, I just remembered something else I gotta do. One sec. Sorry about that. Alright. So yeah, we are on to the final trial. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. November 3rd, 9:14 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. So, the time's finally come. Today we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support even more than ever today, Miss Susato. Wait a sec. Sorry, we gotta go back to the title screen. I gotta check something. I gotta check what the special content, what the accolades are for this case. Yeah, I must have missed a new idea on the blackboard at some point, which is gonna suck to go back and try and find. So it's this one, and I don't know what this one is, but we're gonna see if we can figure it out somewhere in the process anyway. It might be similar to Sulky's story. So maybe I should try pressing on certain people when they're in the witness stand and don't have bubbles. It's got something to do with the sword. With Ryu's sword. Or with Kazuma's sword. Okay. Counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. As we're about to start a case, she needs to take a moment and say her dots. Presumably, she won't be doing that during the case. Miss Susato? Really, Susie? I don't feel like I deserved that. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times. What the crap are you talking about, Susie? Shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... good morning, sir. Lord Van Zieks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What, did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. I mean, it's kind of a cool nickname, though. I know that I've thought the Reaper when I've been trying to remember his name a few times, and it's got a ring to it. I just wish we could clear the allegations that relate to why he's got that nickname. Reaper, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zieks. He is at least a little. Like, he played up the part to discourage crime, but he regrets not stopping the actual Reaper sooner. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield the deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. Then I lost him. I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wondered if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. It was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zieks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh. Ah, I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head. Have we gone through everything in the court record? I think we have. Yeah, we've got Gregson's passport and Clint's autopsy report. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. For a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. This is going to be important to the case. I wonder how it happened. Let's have a look inside. Okay, I think this is just the stuff that I had already looked at, but it's been reset. The markers have been reset because we're into a new case, technically. Appears to be a passport. I don't know if this will even come up during the case. I don't know why this is in the court record to begin with. I think I have the details of the case in my head reasonably well. So I'm just clearing all of these markers. Actually, I want to read that one. Oh, looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin, 001. Yokohama departure, 11th September. London arrival, 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called it Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Beria. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? So I agree, I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? No, I suspect it was accompanied by a sigh. I still don't know why these guys are both in the court record now that they are confirmed to be the same person. Anyway, Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. Hey, thank you. Oh. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Scythe's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready for what? Oh yes. Would you like to take that? Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a Lucky Charm, a little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Iris's Lucky Charm has been entered into the court record. You think what we'll need is luck? Oh my gosh, we've got 3 full columns of evidence. Holy cow, that's so much. Hang on. I'm gonna save before doing this in case it actually goes through and it's something that I want to save for later in the game. So I have a feeling that she's like somehow hidden some clue inside the thing and we're gonna wind up ripping off its ears to find the truth. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering, what do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you must really learn stoic patience. I want to know. I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Miss Susato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Shigoku, I mean. Judge Shigoku, too? That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo, and good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny I had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, this one trial, to this one final reckoning. November 3rd, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Feels even more oppressive in here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look. Oh my. Lord Strongheart. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundation of our country, the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And the one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. No further words. A collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Baroque Van Zieks,
who officially stands accused of murder.
He is significantly taller than the other judge.
Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed?
The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution.
Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard.
Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation, because whilst he was engaged as chief warder of Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape.
Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. Okay. That's more or less what we needed, although I would have liked to ask him specifically about his last meeting with Inspector Gregson. Not so much what Gregson asked him to do, but Gregson's state of mind and physical appearance and well-being. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Haired League.
Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asobi.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. Will that update mine, or is it just the inconclusive time of death listing?
But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November.
There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly.
Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident.
It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities.
Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Hey, Gina. So it didn't give me the autopsy report has been updated thing. Which means that it's just this. It's just the updated version that we got yesterday as well. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Mother? What's with that, Gina, again? Look, eh? Look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about.
Very troubling.
That face. Lord Strongheart knew. I'm gonna have to spend this entire case ignoring the fact that he can't make a fist for some reason. So, Inspector Lestrade. Let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. The victim's movements. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that has a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods? Oh no, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital, but the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets?
It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge.
And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. It can't be. We haven't heard anything about this. Well, you didn't ask Lord Van Zeeks about his activities the day before. And I don't know why. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baroque Van Zeeks, was present.
That would be very significant testimony, then.
Oh my, but Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim.
Very well, then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination.
Can we have that book? I feel like it should be evidence. All your detectives are supposed... Oh wait, I should save.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? All your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Follow orders, do you, Gina? No, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing. So, errands more than orders, then. This detective is still an apprentice, after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things. Yep, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out onto the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. I've given it in now though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it wouldn't never have been found. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day.
Hold it!
Can you read the precise entry for me? Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep, it's all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the yarn? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? We're actually gonna wait and see for a sec. Gina's only just learned to read. There's a good chance she might make a mistake. Or she might mix up the letters P and Q and B and D. That's enough of your cheek. I was thinking it, Gina. You can't get mad at me for what I'm thinking. I'm way past E now. I've got all the way to V. Just to err on the side of caution, the defense will wait until the witness can read all the letters up to Z. In that case, let's get back to the witness's testimony, shall we? We're obviously going to have to circle back there, because she's going to make a mistake and blab something else relevant, is my guess. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... Why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is something went on at that club, no question. Can't say for that for certain, though, surely. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Lord Van Zeeks was at the club. He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted into the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he had already discovered the inspector's secret notebook. To lead him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably, then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi, why ain't you asking Inspector Lestrade, eh? So that's all I've got to work with. Jean's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? It's not the only way to explain this. No? If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Alright. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked.
As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
No, my lord, the prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. I get that Lord Strongheart is standing on top of a powder keg trying to keep it from exploding, but at the same time, he's not being helpful in finding out the truth here. One thing that I keep thinking about is the fact that when this whole case started and we went to see Lord Strongheart, he said it was important that the judiciary not be seen to be closing ranks. Which means this whole closed trial thing is wildly questionable because that's exactly what it looks like. Everything that's been happening feels like the judiciary closing ranks. Right, I get to show off me reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was going to happen at the gentleman's club called the Grouse. The SS Grouse. Okay. We have the details we need. I appreciate that they didn't use any letters after V in that statement.
Hold it!
The Grouse. What sort of a club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I'm kinda curious. No, Gina, you really shouldn't be. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. No, Gina, please, no. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower-ranking detective. Alright.
Objection!
First things first. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it there are places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues and strippers. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at the club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on October 31st may not have been a gentleman's club at all.
You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it?
A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it, here.
Let me see that.
And he's going to read the wrong side of it.
This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy.
The other side, my lord.
Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes? The SS Grouse?
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port.
The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November. Ah!
The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, the ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. But the victim wasn't on British shores either.
That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well.
In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on October 31st. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim?
That's right. Say your dots, Kazuma.
Dated October 31st. What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country.
Order, order.
I'm gonna go refill my juice.
This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized.
The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there?
Presumably another ship. That would be my guess. I cannot prove it. I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be.
What are you playing at, Prosecutor Sogi?
The courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception.
Let me guess, this was your intention from the outset, wasn't it?
The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Oh no. Wrong pipe.
Order, order. What on earth are you saying, counsel?
The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying that the mission he was undertaking was obviously an assassination. Baroque Van Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice.
And you claim that was Inspector Gregson.
What the hell do y'all think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper? Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Baroque Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from somebody who's advocating for them. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all.
Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel?
Yeah. None of the people the Reaper prosecuted were on that ship or in France. The closest one is in Germany right now. Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If somebody had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. It's so funny. You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? Seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. No, I haven't. You're right on that one. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of the secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying. Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper. Or Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard the rumors. Oh, you ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. You don't believe a word of nothing? Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. What? I don't...
I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry in there was 31st October. It said Grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal that got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here.
This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Okay, and?
So, who was to be this final mark?
Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade, read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on October 31st. Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Oda? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's odd to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro, is it? Yeah, Seishiro. Oh, you maybe? Okay. What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? That's Judge Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection!
Well, that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him on the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector personally. You say that, but like, none of that establishes who the Reaper is. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baruch Van Zieks. You keep saying that with no supporting information.
It's an undeniably logical argument.
Until the last step, Lord Strongheart. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Hi, Baroque. Brave grieves the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Yeah, that's a heck of a thing to ask us to forgive. Also, I've never understood why you love putting your foot up on the banister. Lord Van Zieks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go as exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure, I am the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. And he did send your father to the gallows all those years ago. Let's not mince words here. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Sir Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness.
Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination.
Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality.
Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense begin cross-examination immediately.
At once, my lord. Yeah, this note doesn't have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years.
Hold it!
It does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all, that ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. And wouldn't it have more details? If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. You carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. A view at its head? I had spies at the yard, keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. So that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? He shouldn't have known about the trunk. Seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry in there was 31st October.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It was presumably Assassin. It's the one I told you yesterday, the same name written over and over again. You mean Assassin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours, Asuna, isn't she? No. Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them.
But the person actually executing his plan was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
And perhaps what it said on the passport document? Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel? Could that additional person have been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku. What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? Well, we know that Asa Shin is dead. It just had a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case.
But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin? It said Grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of them.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku. That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. And I thought your name was Otto. Actually, I think you thought my name was Otto. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature.
I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago.
It's definitely not showing any marks of having been, like, attacked or injured or something. Is the relevant thing going to be that he wasn't smiling? That you smile for a picture and he wasn't, so maybe he was concealing pain from, I don't know, concealing an injury? Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart.
That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in me has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or so.
Hold it!
Can you read the exact note? What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain? It's related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was to consider to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Of what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule? That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike? But, no. Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination Man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond the sane person's comprehension. And yet the rules by which Lord Van Zieks operates are very within a sane man's comprehension. He's a relatively straightforward person, honestly. But... Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? What? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw, you do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
What? I've had it with the lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, ain't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean? I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Come on, Otto, help. You've got to find a flaw somewhere. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Otto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by...
Take that!
Kazuma Asogi. By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me?
Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony.
What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done.
Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said?
It's either the trunk or the passport. I think it's the trunk, but I'm gonna save ahead of time.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson.
A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. Oh, what's this? bloodstain, and a relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed.
That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk, or its contents. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? You know that the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? Yeah, that's right, you better say your dots. At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma? Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector? He was there, with Gregson. There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that the trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point, I'll need to verify it. I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right.
The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless we must test it.
Stain here with blood. So that means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion.
The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson?
I think it's just the slash. I think that's gotta be a mark from a sword.
Got it!
This is your proof. What do you say to that, Prosecutor Asogi?
Okay, I was wrong. Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing it into the sea would be more helpful. At least that way, London's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusations. Thing is, the things in the trunk are too low res. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. It's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Okay, well, apparently I'm just blind. Just thought that was a glitchy texture or something. Inside.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom? For all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer.
Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk.
That won't be necessary. Oh no. The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved.
You mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi?
Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me.
The mission was
the assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one.
Explain.
I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. We were never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. Traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the Channel to Dunkirk. And we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, except Lord Van Zeek's. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It will be simple enough to verify.
Then what became of Jigoku?
Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. Sure, it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. It is pure conjecture. Welcome to the stream, Rafkin, and end his wretched agent's life. You haven't even explained how exactly the tip of your sword got stuck in his trunk. You're just making sweeping statements and hoping that I can't counter them. Which, is generally a good strategy, because it takes a lot of luck to even have the evidence needed to counter some of this stuff, but still. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword become lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. Yes, you do, moron. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter.
Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karuma has been entered into the court record. The illustrious blade passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Okay, so I'm definitely going to need to present this at some specific point when Kazuma asks for evidence or something. To get that achievement.
We must take immediate action now.
We're on to page 4 of the evidence. Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Tip of the great sword broken. It's such a shame it's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen.
We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
Order. Order in the court. Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain in regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago.
I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake,
My lord?
I sincerely hope we are successful.
I hope we're successful for Judge Jigoku's sake.
If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties.
Not really, because you don't have any proof.
Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin? I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, and I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Well, we could pull on that rabbit's ears. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, well then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? I don't know if I'm supposed to pull Hurley's ears or not. I kind of want to see what happens if I say leave it. This is one of Iris's inventions. There's no telling what might happen. For all I know, it could cause a huge explosion. I'm not sure you should be thinking like that, Mr. Naruhodo. Compared to the trial ending immediately after this recess, a huge explosion might be preferable. I'm not sure you should be thinking like that, Mr. Sato. But I suppose you're right. If there was ever a time for taking a risk, it's now. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Okay, we're going to go back to that option, but I do want to see what happens if I just select the other option. Okay, so it just jumps to here goes then. No, I want the other option to be the canon one. telling what might happen. For all I know, it could cause a huge explosion. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking? Pull the gears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. So, has she just mastered, unwired telecommunications? Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner. Well, presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. You deserve this, Sholmes. Ow, 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 ow! Miss Susato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. I'm not. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba.
You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later. Yes, you'll be hearing us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver that operated in that way in the first place, Mr. Sholmes?
Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the Grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. One sec. So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you recognize world-traveling great sailor Chinkin Stroganov when you see? Why does he have Sholmes written on his arm? Great detective. Ha! I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? It says Sholmes. It says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. But how could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. Looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Easterman. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses, the plan is ruined. You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it, cabin door is locked. There's an emergency switch right there. You know what that does here. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to concoct another distraction. That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needed to use it. Sholmes could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. Question is, how? It's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier, though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you, though, Mikotoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant? This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow? No, I think not. That would never work, surely. Need to concoct another distraction. I'm gonna save before this just to be sure that I can try all the possible distractions. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, and I need to talk to him directly. He's like a Neo Temple Guardian statue, this fellow. Why he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied? Because this area is only for first-class passengers. We must look out for suspicious criminals. He was looking straight at me when he said that. My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still criminals. No, for goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals. Ah yes, quite right, Mikotoba. Curses, the seaman is far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful in what you say. One of us ought to be, yes. Okay. Now, we drop a save so that we can test everything, starting with the mousetrap. Choo-choo! That sounds like Big Mouse in Trap. Choo-choo! I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, really, Mr. Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? Beep-beep. Naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotoba, do a pee-pee this time. Oh, no. Sholmes, please don't say that. Oh, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution.
Ah, what is happening? Where is light?
Now, Sholmes, now. Thud and thump.
Nobody there.
It was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. Alright. Investigation Part 1, Grouse Passageway. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Teresa, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you.
Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. And presumably we have to bolt the door when we get in. November 3rd, SS Grouse, First Class Cabin number 2.
Good gracious. Good gracious.
It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's, without question. Well, it seems we're just a little... Oh, wait.
Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's, without question.
Well, it seems we are just a little too late.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman
may return at any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling.
According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes, surely you can't just tell me what you said. You can just tell me what you said.
Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside.
Indeed? Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of those waste paper baskets.
I sincerely hope only for your work.
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago.
3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. And I was still aboard myself.
You are still aboard yourself. Wait, what? How did it go past that?
Ah, yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
The evacuation drill itinerary. A notice about a practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Grouse the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Why can't I finish reading it? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it...
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikotoba, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
He would not put it past Sholmes to practice a little bit of light cannibalism. It's annoying that I can't access the court record while I'm doing this. That's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Seishiro is partial to all things large.
And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose? It's lighter than you might think, but it's still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though?
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. So, assuming that is... Oh my... Assuming each digit goes from 0 to 9, we're looking at 10 million possible combinations.
These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases.
I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There is nothing important about trifles.
Probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
Welcome to the stream, Astro Dude. The Ryunosuke rule. Yeah, it's true. They had to make a clause just for him.
Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. Found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes in, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of the Great Detectives. Of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? All the doors on this vessel have locks, I believe.
A wise idea. You never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Herlock Sholmes, lock, bolt, or shut button makes no difference. What, Sholmes? What was that last one? All are unfastened with equal ease. Wait, wasn't there a gag? I feel like there was a gag somewhere earlier in the series where he had trouble with a shirt button. I could be imagining that, though.
Way you go on. You sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective.
My dear Mikotoba, as long as there is greatness, I'm quite satisfied.
Of course you are.
That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown.
Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a Harakami waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry.
Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? I'm sure you made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need. The wall is a slightly different color just here, do you see?
Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
Hey, there was one more thing I had to look at. You jerk.
There's a speaking tube here, look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
Speed through these.
You are still here. Ah, Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
You are waiting for me.
Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before.
Poor innocent chicken.
It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now.
Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth.
Kayo. Kakoi.
I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all.
Ah.
And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you?
How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out? All of it?
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning?
Nothing would please me more. What is this?
We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
That is what I said.
Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it.
What? Ah, yes, of course.
I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba, then please do take the lead. What in the cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10, Sholmes.
It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Well, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that.
Dang it, I can't examine stuff, I can just click on it. Fine.
Take that!
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass.
How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our board. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff?
Well, why would Seishiro run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
The original dance of deduction. I didn't ever realize it was a tap dance of deduction. I'll be honest, I missed that detail. Sholmes never brought it up, and Ryu never intuitively interpreted it. Determined it. Not interred. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces? I know nothing about this.
Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba.
No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Da, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Ugh. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What has been shooting walls? I see. The projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Oh my, the sneeze. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Ugh. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why should I try to protect Eastern strangers? I need to check something real quick. Ah, so that's it. Cool, I've got the code to the case. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'll put a wager on it. So I'm going to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that.
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. Ugh. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Ugh. So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. Wow, that is the least subtle glance of the eyes that we've seen this entire 2 games. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. Slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You can hardly call this perceptible, Sholmes. Barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ugh. The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
He still has a breath to take. I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code.
Yes, I do. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Schroeder.
No, I know nothing about combination code.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me?
It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Okay. Oh, you're kidding me. It's only 5 options. That's not even close to 10 million. That's weird. I guess the E was just a badly drawn 0 then.
Take that!
No, it's refusing to open. Tell me, what number did you use? Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my... No, I didn't. Her birthday. Interesting, since as of today, with that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me. It's measured in ever response... It's measured as ever in response, Sholmes. Oh, that's supposed to be a 2? That's a weird-looking 2. If you would only look in the right place, Mikotoba, the answer would be staring you in the face. $279,936. Yep, that works. Actually, does it? Should come out to an odd number, no? It's the product of only odd prime numbers. Oh. No, I'm just going crazy. Never mind. But if you're having a spot of bother, I always find standing on my head aids the cognitive processes.
Take that!
That did it. It's open.
You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Eugen, you've found me now.
Seishiro. I was really hoping not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Are we in the process of finding out that he's really a professor? And that the other guy was, I don't know, thrown under the bus by him in some way or something? Don't answer that. I don't need spoilers. It's just... Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of your many exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mr. Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you.
It's somewhat surprising, I must say.
What is?
Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care about your opinion.
That is the most reasonable response to Sholmes that I've seen this entire game, to be honest.
This cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it?
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
We have this, Seishiro. Take it.
What is it?
It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
You came prepared then, Eugen.
Come on, let's go. One moment.
What is it, Sholmes?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that, Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
And the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Small component has been entered into the court record. Well, at least that one's obvious what it is. Small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the SS Grouse.
Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant.
November 3rd, 12:10 p.m., in the Old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying.
During the past 30 minutes, while the court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
You must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. You still have nothing to tie him to this. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony, and there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him?
But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate him. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on October 31st.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. The unexpected... Oh wait, no wonder I'm going crazy. For some reason I was reading that number as 7 to the 6th rather than 6 to the 7th. I'm just... Oh my gosh, my brain is not firing on all cylinders right now. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh, snacks. Nice. November 3rd, 8:07 p.m., Sholmes Suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? Actually, not really. It was a really short trial, let's be honest here. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Okay, so I really have to take a moment and acknowledge an important detail here. He said that if Judge Jigoku was dead, then the Reaper had to be responsible, and he asserted that the Reaper would have enough power to give orders from a prison cell. But he would also have enough power to give orders from outside a prison cell. So that is complete conjecture tying anything that could have happened to Jigoku to our client. Which means there is no base to his claims. It just assumes that this guy is in fact the Reaper, and therefore he's the one who gave it. Like, they keep hurtling to that conclusion as if it's proven when they've got nothing behind it. It's actually insane. Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. And all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigation detectives there have a lot of the investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This might be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on the way home.
What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put it upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Sorry, Hurley, not there. Why haven't I? Are we set in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's very kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Okay, so she put 2 and 2 together. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? Well, I mean, you've been lying to her for her whole life, Sholmes. You can't reasonably think that she would still fully trust you. Misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. It actually turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. He's still a deadbeat dad, as I stated in the title of the stream. He still ditched his daughter for the first 6 years of her life immediately after her mother died. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Is the reveal going to be that she's like Clint Van Zeek's daughter or something? The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright.
And why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? Because you deserve to be eavesdropped on. So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
Fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you'd like. There's always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. Okay. Really? It's still not a new thing? Why did it retain the check marks here in this room, but not in the evidence? Ugh. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share... his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself in quite the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one, Sholmes. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Okay, the puns have been better today than lately. First things first, I want to present Karuma to him. So I feel like I need to present Karuma to everyone right now to get that achievement. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this? Alright, let's look at this other stuff. So, the evacuation drill. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. And this thingamabob. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. Crown, like what sits on top of the monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by a monarch you mean a pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Really? I can't put them together? Oh well. Okay, I'm also going to present this little guy to him. I knew he wouldn't have a reaction, but it's important. And last but not least, I'm a lawyer, by the way. It's always important to mention that you are a lawyer. Hey. I wanted to make sure they didn't do a switcheroo, that she didn't erase her idea over dinner or something. Telegram from Japan? So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this, I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. Okay. So it's the telegram, the secret telegram that was the subject of the last case in the last game. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kyosogi/A. Shin, T. Gregson/J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Jones? I have here the message that I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow, Naruhodo. That's not okay, Sholmes. You signed my name? On what could be considered treason?
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand?
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was sent to Judge Jigoku? He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. Telegram from Inspector Hosonaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Beria was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Why, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely? But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I believe it. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Fusato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. Did it ever come up that that's where she was headed? I don't remember it, but I could be wrong. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Well, an omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Okay, but before that, let's present him with this. So I want to see if he reacts. There's no room for doubt with your instructions in the telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. So what you're saying is that these were assassination orders. Kazuma was... The orders were sent for Gregson, who was presumably in the country at that time somehow, to kill Wilson, and Asogi, Kazuma, to kill A. Shin. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. We're perpetually doing what? Ow! Sholmes, you realize you're admitting to literal treason, right? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Shigoku in Japan. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script, in actual fact Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Keisuke and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined that it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead? Exactly. So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. I naturally couldn't be bothered to write home during the 6 years that I was away after my child was born. So, of course, the discovery that I can write letters may come as a shock to you.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? And no. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, it's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. I knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume?
Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the name of Josiah Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Schultz? I believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intent of dispatching Dr. Wilson, her visiting student status being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination? And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you there is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student? Wait, you mean... Well, of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Oh. He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on October 31st, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Osogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student in Japan where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target? Certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Distancing yourself from the crime.
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels? These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Wait a minute, Schultz. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins, as you're telling me, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Schultz? I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Hang on, I need to drop a save real quick. Back here. And then I need to load a save real quick. So I need to try something one more time. Nope. Oh, wait. What do you think, Miss Susato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. Glad to see what that little round component is actually a part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Small machine part. It's now clear that it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch. Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. He's a deadbeat, Iris. How is no one acknowledging this? Because then Susie would have been my big sister. See, that's a reasonable thing to be excited about. The alternative was not. I'm sorry, Iris. You're still practically sisters, let's be real. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw... Please, no. Please, no, Iris. It's already embarrassing when Susie manages to flip me across the room. Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. Susie's going to be my big sister. You could be my big brother if you want, Runa. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Yeah, they're really down. Like, this game is really pushing the Ryu and Susato ship. Nothing is sailing hard. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's canon as far as the game is concerned. Just from what little I know about the timeline proposed. But, anyway. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. Do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have... Dang it, I got that picture when her eyes were closed. The most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. There we go. That's a clean picture. That should be anyway. Trial, Part 2. November 4th, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh wow, we didn't even pause in the defendant's antechamber.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Yeah, I can't claim to remember the details of that trial all that well.
Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to bitter end. To the bitter end.
Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire.
The defendant may speak.
On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transactions be delayed by 1 day. You did that. In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zieks.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ah. So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the question asked. Questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the construction of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. Now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? I'm assuming it's just the telegram, but let's drop a save real quick.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims, and Kei Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. Wait, I gotta check something real quick. Okay, she's still listed as Iris Wilson for some reason. The murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Also, someone has taken the hammer from that guy, right? Because that is a deadly weapon. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted your assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. A lie of omission is still a lie, Kazuma, and that's a lame excuse. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. No, you stated that Seishiro Jigoku was Gregson's mark. You deliberately avoided saying a name?
The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you into contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious glare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
Alright, time to dig through a mountain of perjury.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Oh, this is going to destroy me. I gave Judge Jigoku and Lord Strongheart the 2 deepest voices that I can pull off. One American and one British, because I can't do anything remotely resembling an Asian accent. And I probably shouldn't anyway. I gave all of the Japanese people American accents, as well as Iris, because I figured they would be the ones doing, since Ryu and Susato are the main characters, I would be doing the most talking of them, so I tried to keep their voices closer to mine. Iris is just normal, but slightly pitched up. And because of that, I gave all of the other Japanese people American accents, too. But Judge Jigoku and Strongheart have 2 of the deepest voices that I can pull off. This is gonna ruin my throat. The Assassin Exchange.
It's true that Kazuma Osogi was assigned to the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Okay, obvious lie. So you admit it then? This communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
Use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
So he had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama. Judge Shigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. He does not know.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of the case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged because I'm blinded by hatred.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, we drop a save, we start pressing, and then we point out the obvious contradiction in his testimony.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. Thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So, you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Ahsoka. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
I have no idea, really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time?
The defense really ought to catch him.
With what?
With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship?
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
Mr. Shulman's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. No, that's giving him way too much credit. Months later, my memory returned, but I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
You were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to this man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to positioning a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. Suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper? He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past.
You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent, grim expression on his face, he didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh?
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
That's rude, buddy. I mean, we already know that you're a murderer, but still. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. Is that a bullet hole?
Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by Woodward. No doubt he didn't actually find an actual bullet.
That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan? But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean, Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. That's a heck of a thing for you to say, Susie, but I will do my best. Alright, time to expose his first fabrication.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
Out of your trash. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, after leaving the port at Dunkirk. For some reason, I thought it was after arriving. I thought it was while they were docked. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Why are you pointing at Kazuma? 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Easy enough to do.
Very true, Counsel. Well,
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it.
you will present the evidence for the defense at once, Counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on October 31st?
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Or at least the watch was damaged in your cabin, which implies some altercation, since he took amazing care of his watch.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
So you're admitting that you would declare an innocent man guilty? It's not a good look for you, Judge.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
You've committed perjury here. You're becoming an increasingly unreliable witness.
Prior to your new testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of October 31st. Of course, as a man of law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
That's a heck of a statement from someone who hired an assassin. Events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon-seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Okay, so this is going to be a pressing thing, because we are aware that there were large refrigeration units on the ship.
Ippon-seoi, a common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. See, that is true. Not by itself. See, I never relied on just one piece of evidence to claim this.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
If this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious time here on a cross-examination.
I see plenty of reason. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Still standing, ain't I?
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Our first save. I always like to have a save in case something progresses past a point that I wanted in the cross-examination and I don't get to go back and press on something or other.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him.
He had his trench coat and a mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else?
Yes, that's true. He would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
Point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
Honestly, did they train these crewmen as guards at all?
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction.
Honestly, it feels like we should be asking Kazuma when he was supposed to kill Inspector Gregson. Like, I realize it's at best tangentially related, but presumably he was supposed to kill Gregson in this man's room in order to make it look like Jigoku was the culprit.
But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
There was no crewman at the door, remember?
I soon took care of him with a Nippon Seo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Nippon Seo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
I can assure you that is physically impossible. Surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Nippon Seo throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. The point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about?
Hmm?
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
Actually, there is one interesting thing that might contradict what's going on here. This. How did the tip of Kazuma's sword wind up in this case if these events are as described? Welcome to the stream, V.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain?
The steamship was headed to Britain?
When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
That's not even remotely guaranteed. Obviously, the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. See, that's actually a compelling argument. But perhaps not. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
This is going to destroy my throat.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
So, I actually think this is the time that one piece of evidence I was wondering about is going to come up. It's the trunk.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
We met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Well, you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact she didn't answer the question, guys, and that's worrying. And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. He really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin. The body would have to be moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. I think this is it.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, you're the only one who could have done it. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. You'd think you would have realized that of all people, Lord Strongheart. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order. Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene of the crime on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that was a wise move, letting us Hoagie and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Don't try and sweet-talk your way out of this. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime? Prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Rogue Van Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
Okay, I need to take a second and look through the evidence, because I'm not totally certain that I know immediately which piece of evidence he's talking about. It might be Karuma, or it might be his trunk. Either way, there's another act to this, because we haven't settled the professor case yet. Like, there are still questions involved, and the Asogi papers haven't come up. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. I think it's his trunk.
Take that! Take that!
Is it just the autopsy report?
Take that!
Died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street.
photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
You claimed that he died instantly. Sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. You and the autopsy report both claim that he died instantly. According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Ugh.
Which begs the question of why is the victim's body curled up in that way? Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right, the shape of the body. It's exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Admittedly, there's a massive gap that I'm pretty sure we're just supposed to ignore, which is how he would get the body from his cabin to the refrigerated space on the ship and then back into his possession. Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Ugh.
It doesn't, though. He's already cleaned it up.
Present my trunk? I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
You just complimented me as a lawyer like 10 minutes ago. In other words, Judge Shigoku, there's blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that... allow me to...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Ugh. Order. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What? You...
Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
He's now going to try and pin the blame on Kazuma.
Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
And this does completely and unequivocally acquit my client. Words are not functional today. I do not have access to my full vocabulary at the moment, it seems.
Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I've to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them didn't. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... I'm assuming it's impossible because of the main piece of evidence that clearly links him to the scene. He may have legitimately tried to kill him. I wouldn't even be surprised. But in so doing, he damaged his sword. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reason... Oh, wait. Never mind, it's because he claimed that Gregson was still alive when he reached his cabin. He personally claimed to have thrown the man, and that is how this thing wound up in his, in his cabin. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Okay. Before I present the correct evidence, I absolutely have to present Karuma, because I have a feeling this might be how I get the achievement.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around in the courtroom for entertainment. Never mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. Hang on, I actually want to read this. It's giving me a hint, which I probably shouldn't. You know what? No, I'm not going to read this.
Take that! Take that!
Really? Oh, wait. It's this. The only one of the two of them who would have known when it was safe to shoot the man was the judge.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary. How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Do we have... I'm trying to remember something here. No. It narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Oh, and the itinerary makes it plain that it was after the departure from the port.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. The prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, "I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Osogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. I wish it was that easy to get my clients proof innocent.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night at a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
No,
There's no escape this time. We can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. This time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. He's gonna break the banister, the defendant's stand, isn't he? You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku?
it was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and imitate that sound. Oh my gosh, that is... not how that would happen.
It's over. My life is over.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Osogi. If things didn't go according to plan, your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
I think I just figured out how they're going to stretch this case out, because this is clearly not the end of the issue. There's so much evidence that we haven't used yet, or that hasn't been explained. He's still going to claim that he got his orders from Lord Van Zieks. And Kazuma is still going to be stupid enough to buy that. And that is going to take us into day 4 of this trial.
I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made the arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have... There are so many people who could have done that, Kazuma. You are a moron. Mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Okay, yes, that's true, but you're going to claim that that immediately makes it my client somehow, despite having literally no proof. So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
Hang on, but that doesn't hold up. That contradicts the facts. We know for a fact that Gregson wasn't choked. He's missing any relevant bruising around his neck. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock...
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I had received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
When the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Oh.
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
This had been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then. Hi, Inspector Gregson.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick then and there. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
Sort of disguise.
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
And where is the objection?
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over now? It's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Hang on. He's not the one in the dock.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of the court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Objection? Oh, I really expected an objection.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Tobias Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. We're not done yet, Susie. Kazuma has one last card to play, and he is going to play it momentarily. Yes, thank you. Something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zieks.
There it is. I knew it was coming. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassination exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku, who was pulling the strings. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Okay, we are going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we will be back. There is a chance that this winds up being the end of the case, in which case this would turn out to be a waste of time, but I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Actually, you know what? Nah, we'll keep going. At the very minimum, we're going to hit a chapter end here momentarily. I just wanted to leave it here because this is a great scene to pause on if we're doing it. What?
Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. To stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. started.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement that he has had with the Reaper of the Assassin and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unrecriminal... Voilà. Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks, I first had to suffer as the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. Prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. As Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. In the end, Ryu is here to keep his friend from making a terrible mistake. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord. Okay. Oh wait. No, I want a part where there's music. I should have paused for bathroom break before. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Okay, now it's bathroom break time. Okay, we RB. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Okay, so that's the blatant falsehood there. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
So you deny all accusations brought by the prosecution, both that you are aware of that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. I have no compunction against pointing out the flaw in his testimony so far.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general republic refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for the moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Highly, yes. Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom, 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the Yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learnt the location he'd noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Okay, I'm adding an extra save here in case Kazuma cuts me off before I can present the issue with this. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted it.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange? And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. Testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusion of one other person, you must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? Okay, now I'm gonna press on this before I present the information that obviously draws a contradiction there. There's a link between you and Gregson. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago, now that he was invited to work at the Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Alright, let's present the relevant evidence.
Objection!
What's this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks?
What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This is the autopsy report of the professor's final victim. It is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together, cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? I was the one who silenced the coroner, Ryu. Or Cosmo. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. using the 2 killers recruited for... Oh, wait, you're talking about Wilson. Sorry, I was thinking back to Courtney's side. I was like, I was the one who got her sent to jail. By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the 2 killers for the assassin exchange.
Order at once.
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toss this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. Well, that's true enough. There's always been one piece of that thing that is astonishingly vague. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. It never specifies what, which is absurd. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you?
And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak.
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right, even then.
Okay, so we have an answer for how something got stuck in the man's case. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Kazuma-sama. The results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, and the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque Van Zeeks. See, that's the leap in logic that you're losing me at. I imagine anyone with sufficient pull over them could have forced that.
In other words, The defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Huh? So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque Van Zieks.
Objection!
Also, I haven't acknowledged it, but I had noticed that they somehow replaced the defendant's stand. I'm assuming we just moved to a separate courtroom within the same building, possibly? If not, they must have prepped an extra one knowing that the previous guy had... that Judge Jigoku had previously smashed the witness stand with his bare hands. Kazuma Soki. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. And if y'all recall, he was not initially the prosecutor on that case. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this. And yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. True identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh. Well, crap, I didn't get to save before this. I'm gonna follow their line of thinking and pretend that it holds that only the prosecutor could have done this.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing that I was in your debt, for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. I love Lord Van Zeke's theme, by the way. It's so good. It kind of reminds me of Phantom in Silk Song. It was a hugely influential force that caused the Inspector and Coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And the same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shiroji Goku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Baby. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal, don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeke's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Unfortunately, Gregson is in fact dead.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
You mean to say...
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order! Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
There's one person. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Objection? Kazuma? He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeke's autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. The deadbeat dad himself. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I think I was going to leave it there. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeke's is... And I'm going to save first because I'm going to call, I'm going to say the wrong person first. Kazuma Asogi.
Denied.
What? I want to know why.
And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face.
In other words, you're wide of the mark, Ryu. Very wide. Okay. Easy enough to do. I really wanted to. I keep hoping to stumble across whatever it is that gets me that last achievement.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
What could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by a Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
See, he can bend all of his knuckles, so why hasn't he been? I can't do a scream. I'm sorry. My throat's barely keeping up with this trial.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court.
Sholmes, you stole my line.
Court is...
Hold it! Mr. Sholmes.
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
Nope, we've got about half a truth at most. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court.
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Is it a door or a jar? Make up your mind, Sholmes. I can't with this guy. I really can't. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
That's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? Since dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can't sense the same? Who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded into custody. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. On with the trial, on with the trial. Testify, testify, testify. Well, you heard the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. That's right, say your dots, because we're coming for you.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon.
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, sure. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. Still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued. Okay, folks, we're definitely calling it there. I've been talking for almost 6 hours, and some of those voices are really tough. Oh boy. Folks, on that cliffhanger, we are going to leave it because holy crap, this is not an easy thing to do. I've gone out of my way to try and pick voices that I could manage, but this case decided to have all of the hardest voices for me to do, like just with my throat to keep up with, in one courtroom for an extended period, and holy crap, it's putting a strain on there. So we're gonna call it there. We're gonna be back tomorrow. When we come back, I'm thinking that we might go through the remaining escapades just to, yeah, good night, Rafkin, just to get the ball rolling, and then we might dive back into this final case. Also, we might load in somewhere to try and nail down the last of the ideas on Iris's blackboard. I'm sure I can find some information about where to look for them. But yeah, and I don't have anyone to stream tonight, so I do appreciate y'all. I hope you enjoyed. This game is coming up on a very satisfying conclusion. I will admit, I did wonder if this twist was going to happen, just because I saw an artwork comparing characters from the Phoenix Wright games and this game, and it had like all the characters mirroring each other, and it put Lord Strongheart across from a convicted person in those previous games. So I had some guesses about what that comparison was meant to represent. But we will see how it all resolves itself. In the meantime, I appreciate y'all. I hope you enjoy. And I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye, 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 bye.